Hello and welcome. My name is Andrew Dominic, and I am the producer and director for PD Productions' first ever production, The Picture of Dorian Gray, an Oscar Wilde classic with a script by Charlie Cook. For those who have been around since May and purchased their tickets for then, I apologize heavily for the delays for this performance, but because of virtual theater, it has many magical elements to it, such as bringing people together from around the world. In this show, we have people all across North America and Europe involved. But with that also means that everybody has different schedules, so some people had to leave the project, other people had to take up bigger roles last minute. We had to bring in some people that weren't even involved in the show originally to take some roles, and maybe had a couple hours to prepare for the recording. But we knew we wanted to finish this project, and we think we have something great here. But I also like to keep in mind, because of the virtual element, there are some things involved that you wouldn't get with regular live theater, such as access to technology. Sometimes you might see someone's character blend in with their background, or sometimes you might have a hard time hearing them because their audio wasn't quite picked up. But those are all things we come to expect in the age of virtual theater. And instead of just doing a staged reading of the show, we can't do a full production of it. We found a little bit of a hybrid in the middle. With the magic of some editing, we tried to make it look as realistic and authentic as possible. So, without any further ado, please sit back, relax, and enjoy Oscar Wilde's The Picture of... Hello and welcome. My name is Andrew Dominic, and I am the producer and director for PD Productions' first ever production, The Picture of Dorian Gray, an Oscar Wilde classic with a script by Charlie Cook. For those who have been around since May and purchased their tickets for then, I apologize heavily for the delays for this performance, but because of virtual theater, it has many magical elements to it, such as bringing people together from around the world. In this show, we have people all across North America and Europe involved. But with that also means that everybody has different schedules, so some people had to leave the project, other people had to take up bigger roles last minute. We had to bring in some people that weren't even involved in the show originally to take some roles, and maybe had a couple hours to prepare for the recording. But we knew we wanted to finish this project, and we think we have something great here. But I also like to keep in mind, because of the virtual element, there are some things involved that you wouldn't get with regular live theater, such as access to technology. Sometimes you might see someone's character blend in with their background, or sometimes you might have a hard time hearing them because their audio wasn't quite picked up. But those are all things we come to expect in the age of virtual theater. And instead of just doing a staged reading of the show, but we can't do a full production of it, we found a little bit of a hybrid in the middle. With the magic of some editing, we tried to make it look as realistic and authentic as possible. So, without any further ado, please sit back, relax, and enjoy Oscar Wilde's The Picture of Dorian Gray.
'Tis your best work, Basil. The best thing you've ever done. You must certainly say next year to Grosvenor. The academy is too large and too vulgar. Whenever I have gone there, there have either been so many people I've not been able to see the pictures, which is dreadful, or so many pictures I've not been able to see the people, which is worse. The Grosvenor really is the only place.
I don't think I shall send it anywhere.
Not send it anywhere. My dear fellow, why? Have you any reason? What odd chaps you painters are. You do anything in the world to get a reputation, and as soon as you have one, you seem to want to throw it away. It is silly of you, for there's only one thing in the world worse than being talked about, and that is not being talked about. A portrait like that will set you far above all the young men in England, and make all the old men quite jealous. If our men are capable of any emotion.
I know you will laugh at me, but I really can't accept it. You know, I put too much of myself into it.
Too much of yourself in it. Upon my word, Basil, I didn't know you were so vain. I really can't see any resemblance between you with your rugged, strong face and your coal black hair and this young Adonis. He looks as if he's been made out of ivory and rose leaves. Your mysterious young friend, whose name you've not told me, but whose portrait fascinates me, is a brainless, beautiful creature. He should always be here in winter when we have no flowers to look at, and always here in summer when we have something to chill our intelligence. Don't flatter yourself, Basil, you're not in the least like him.
No, you don't understand me, Harry. Of course I'm not like him. No, I know that perfectly well. Indeed, I should be sorry to look like him. No, there's a fatality about all physical and intellectual distinction. Now, it is better to be different, not to be different from one's fellows. The ugly and the stupid have the best of us in this world. And sit at their ease and gape at the play. We all suffer for what the gods have given us. Your rank and wealth, Harry, and my art, whatever it may be worth, and Dorian Gray's good looks.
Dorian Gray? Is that his name?
Yes, that is his name, and I didn't intend to tell you.
But why not?
Oh, I can't explain. You know, but I like people immensely. I never tell their names to anyone. It's like surrendering a part of them. I've grown to love secrecy. The commonest thing is delightful if one hides it. You know, when I leave town, I never tell my people where I'm going. If I did, I would lose all my pleasure. It is a silly habit, I dare say, but somehow it seems to bring a great deal of romance into one's life. No, I suppose you think me awfully foolish about it.
Not at all, my dear Basil. You seem to forget I'm a married man. The one charm of marriage makes life deception absolutely necessary for both parties. I never know who my wife is, and my wife never knows what I'm doing. When we meet, and we do occasionally when we dine together or go down to the Duke's, we tell each other the most absurd stories and with the most serious faces. My wife is very good at it. Much better, in fact, than I am. She never gets confused over her dates, and I always do. When she finds me out, she makes no row at all. Sometimes wish she would, but she merely laughs at me.
No, I hate the way you talk about your married life. I believe that you are really a very good husband, but that you are thoroughly ashamed of your own virtues. No, you never say a moral thing, and you never do a wrong thing. Your cynicism is simply a pose.
Being natural is simply a pose, and the most irritating pose I know. I'm afraid I must be going, Basil. But before I go, I insist on you answering my question.
What is that?
You know quite well. I want you to explain to me why you want to exhibit Dorian Gray's picture, and I want the real reason.
I told you the real reason.
No, you have not. You said it's because there was far too much of yourself in it. Now that's childish.
Harry, every portrait that is painted with feeling is a portrait of the artist, not of the sitter. The sitter is merely the accident, the occasion. It's not he who is revealed by the painter. It is rather the painter who, on the colored canvas, reveals himself. The reason I will not exhibit this picture is that I'm afraid that I've shown it the secret of my own soul.
And what is that?
Oh, there was really little to tell, Harry. And I'm afraid you will hardly understand it. Perhaps you will hardly believe it.
I am quite sure I understand it. And as for believing things, I can believe anything, given they are quite incredible.
I will tell you. 2 months ago, I went to crush at Lady Brandon's. Do you know, we poor artists have to show ourselves in society from time to time just to remind the public that we are not savages. With an evening coat and a white tie, as you told me once, anybody, even a stockbroker, can gain a reputation for being civilized. Well, after I'd been in the room about 10 minutes, talking to huge overdressed dowagers and tedious academians, I suddenly became conscious that someone was looking at me. I turned around and saw Dorian Gray for the first time. When our eyes met, a curious terror came over me. I know that I had come face to face with someone whose mere personality was so fascinating that if I allowed it to do so, it absorbed my whole nature, my whole soul, very art itself. Something seemed to tell me that I was on the verge of a terrible crisis in my life, and I grew afraid and turned to quit the room. It was not conscience that made me do so. It was a sort of cowardice.
Cowardice and conscience are really the same things, Basil. Conscience is just a trade name of the firm, is all.
I don't believe that, Harry. And I don't believe you do either. However, whatever was my motive, I struggled to the door. There, of course, I stumbled against Lady Brandon. "Oh, you're not going to run away so soon, Mr. Halwood," she screamed out. You know, her curiously shrill voice.
Yes, she's a peacock in everything but beauty.
Yeah, and I could not get rid of her. She brought me up to royalties and people with stars and garters and elderly ladies with gigantic tiaras and parrot noses. And I'd only met her once before, but she spoke of me as her dearest friend. And I believe some pictures of mine had made a great success at the time. At least had been shouted about in the penny newspapers, which is the 19th century standard of immortality. And suddenly I found myself face to face with the young man whose personality had so strangely stirred me. We were quite close, almost touching. Our eyes met again. It was reckless, but I asked Lady Brandon to introduce me to him. Perhaps it was not so reckless. It was simply inevitable. We would have spoken to each other without any introduction. I'm sure of it. Dorian told me so afterwards. He too felt that we were destined to know each other.
And how did Lady Brandon describe this wonderful young man?
I like to find out people for myself. Lady Brandon treats her guests exactly as an auctioneer treats his goods. She either explains them away or tells one everything about them except what one wants to know.
My dear fellow, what did she say about Mr. Dorian Gray?
Oh, just something like, "Charming boy, poor dear mother and I, absolutely inseparable. Oh, quite forget what he does. Oh, afraid he doesn't do anything. Oh, yes, plays the piano. Where's the violin, dear Mr. Gray?" Neither of us could help laughing. And we became friends at once.
Laugh's not at all a bad beginning for a friendship, and it's by far the best ending for one.
No, you don't understand what friendship is, Harry. Or what enmity is, for that matter. You like everyone. That is to say, you're indifferent to everyone.
How horribly unjust you are. Can make a difference between people. I choose my friends for their good looks, my acquaintances for their good characters, and my enemies for their good intellects. A man cannot be too careful with his choice of enemies. I have not got one who is a fool. They're all some men of some intellectual power, and consequently they all appreciate me. Is that very vain? I think it's very vain.
I should think it was, Harry. But, according to your category, I must be merely an acquaintance.
My dear old Basil, you are much more than an acquaintance.
Much less than a friend. A sort of brother, I suppose?
Brothers. I don't care much for brothers. My elder brother won't die, and my younger brother seems to do nothing else.
Harry, I don't agree with a word you have said. And what is more, Harry, I feel sure you don't either.
How English you are, Basil. Now, tell me about Mr. Gray. How often do you see him?
Every day. The work I've done since I met Dorian Gray is the best work of my life. You remember that landscape of mine, for which Agnew offered me such a huge prize, for which I would not part with? It's one of the best things I've ever done. Why is it so? Because while I was painting it, Dorian Gray sat beside me. Some subtle influence passed from him to me. For the first time in my life, I saw in the plain woodland the wonder I had always looked for, always missed.
Basil, this is extraordinary. Now, I must see Mr. Dorian Gray.
Oh, you might see nothing in him. I see everything in him. I find him in the curves of certain lines, the loveliness and subtleties of certain colors.
Then why won't you exhibit his portrait?
An artist should create beautiful things, but should put nothing of his own life into them. Because there is too much of myself in the thing, Harry, the world shall never see my portrait of Dorian Gray.
I think you are wrong, Basil, but I won't argue with you. It's only ever the intellectually lost who ever argue. Tell me, is Mr. Dorian Gray very fond of you?
He likes me. I know he likes me. Of course, I flatter him dreadfully. I find it strangely pleasant in saying things to him that I know I shall be sorry for having said. And as a rule, he is charming to me, and we sit in the studio and talk of 1,000 things. Now and then, however, he is horribly thoughtless. Seems to take a real delight in giving me pain. Then I feel, Harry, that I've given away my whole soul to someone who treats it as if it were a flower to put in his coat. A bit of decoration to charm his vanity. Ornament for a summer's day.
Perhaps you will tie us sooner than he will. It's a sad thing to think of, but there's no doubt that genius lasts longer than beauty. Someday you'll look at your friend and he will seem to you to be a little out of drawing, or you won't like his tone of colour or something. You will briefly reapproach him in your own heart and think he has behaved rather badly towards you. The next time he calls, you'll be perfectly indifferent. But what you have told me is quite a romance, and the worst part of having romance of any kind is that it leaves one so unromantic. My dear fellow, I've just remembered.
Remembered what, Harry?
Where I heard the name Dorian Gray, it was at my aunt, Lady Agatha's. She told me she discovered that wonderful young man who was going to help her in the East End, and that his name was Dorian Gray. I am bound to state that she never told me he was good looking. Women have no appreciation of good looks, or at least the women have not. She said that he was a very earnest and had a beautiful nature. I had once pictured to myself a creature with spectacles and lank hair, horribly freckled and trampling about on huge feet. I wish I had known it was your friend.
I'm very glad you didn't, Harry.
But why?
I don't want you to meet him.
I beg your pardon, Basil. But I didn't know you had anyone with you.
This is Lord Henry Wotton, Dorian, an old Oxford friend of mine.
My aunt has often spoken to me about you. You're one of her favourites, and I'm afraid one of her victims also.
I am in Lady Agatha's black books at present. I promised to go with her to a club in Whitechapel last Tuesday, and I forgot all about it. We would have done a duet together, 3 duets, I believe. I don't know what you will say to me. I'm far too frightened to call.
Oh, I make your peace with my aunt. But Aunt Agatha's down the piano. She makes quite enough noise for 2 people, and the audience probably thought it was a duet. Besides, you are far too charming to look for philanthropy, Mr. Gray. Far too charming.
Harry, I want to finish this picture today. Would you think it awfully rude of me if I asked you to go away?
Am I to go, Mr. Gray?
Oh, please don't, Lord Henry. I can see Basil's in one of his sulky moods. I can't bear him when he sulks. Besides, I want you to tell me why I should not go in for philanthropy.
I don't think I should tell you that, Mr. Gray. Such a tedious subject, one would have to speak seriously about it. But I certainly should not run away now that you have asked me to stop. You really don't mind, do you, Basil?
Dorian wishes it. Of course, you must stay.
You are very pressing, Basil, but I'm afraid I must be going. I have promised to meet a man at the Orleans. Goodbye, Mr. Gray. Come and see me some afternoon. I am nearly always home at 5 o'clock.
Basil, if Lord Henry Wotton goes, I shall go too. You never open your lips while you are painting, and it's horribly dull standing here trying to look pleasant. Ask him to stay. I insist upon it.
Stay, Harry. To oblige Dorian. And to oblige me.
What about my man, the Orleans?
I don't think there will be any difficulty about that. You know, sit down again, Harry. Now, Dorian, stand over there. Don't pay any attention to what Lord Henry says. He's a very bad influence of all his friends, with the single exception of myself.
Basil, I am tired of standing.
You're quite right to do that. Nothing can cure the soul but the senses, just as nothing can cure the sense but the soul. That's one of the great secrets of life. To cure the soul by means of the senses, and the senses by means of the soul. You're a wonderful creation. You have the most marvelous youth, and youth is the one thing worth having.
I don't feel that, Lord Henry.
No, you don't feel it now. Someday, when you're old and wrinkled and ugly, when thought has seared your forehead with lines and passion branded your lips with hideous fires, you will feel it. You will feel it terribly. Now, wherever you go, you charm the world. You will always be so. Beauty is a form of genius. It's higher indeed than genius, as it needs no explanation. It's one of the great facts of the world, like sunlight or springtime or the reflections of dark waters of the silver shell we call the moon. It cannot be questioned. You have a wonderfully beautiful face, Mr. Gray. You smile. Ah, when you have lost it, you won't smile. People say sometimes that beauty is only superficial. It's only shallow people who ever judge by appearances. Yes, Mr. Gray, the gods have been good to you, but what the gods give, they take away. You have only a few years in which to live really perfectly and fully. Realize your youth while you have it. Live. Live the wonderful life that is in you. Be always searching for new sensations and be afraid of nothing. When your youth goes, your beauty will go with it. The pulse of joy that beats to 20 becomes sluggish. Our limbs fail, our senses rot. We degenerate into hideous puppets, haunted by the memory of the passions of which we were much too afraid, and the the temptations which we had not the courage to yield to. Youth, youth, there's absolutely nothing in the world but youth.
It is finished.
You're glad you've met me, Mr. Grey.
I'm glad now. I wonder, shall I always be glad?
Always. It's a dreadful word. It makes me shudder when I think of it. Women are always so fond of using it. They spoil every romance by trying to make it last forever. It is a meaningless word, too. The only difference between a caprice and a lifelong romance is a caprice lasts a little longer.
In that case, let our friendship be a caprice.
My dear fellow, I congratulate you most warmly. It is the finest portrait of modern art. Mr. Grey, come over and have a look at yourself.
Is it really finished?
Quite finished. Don't you like it?
Of course he likes it. Who wouldn't like it? It's one of the greatest things in modern art. I will give you anything you wish to ask, but I must have it.
It's not my property, Harry.
Well, then whose property is it?
Dorian's, of course.
He is a very lucky fellow.
How sad it is. How sad it is that I shall grow old and horrible and dreadful. But this picture will remain always young. It will never be older than this particular day of June. If it were the other way. If it were I that was to be always young, and the picture was to grow old. For that I would give everything. There is nothing in this whole world I would not give. I would give my soul for that.
You would hardly care for that, Basil. It would be rather hard lines in your work.
I should object very strongly, Harry.
I believe you would, Basil. You like your art better than your friends. I am less to you than your ivory Hermes, your silver fawn. You like them always. How long will you like me? Till I have my first wrinkle, I suppose? I know now that when one loses one's good looks, whatever it may be worth, one loses everything. Your picture taught me that. Lord Henry Wotton is perfectly right. Youth is the only thing worth having. When I find that I am growing old, I shall kill myself.
Dorian, don't talk like that. No, I've never had a friend as good as you. I shall never have such. This is your doing, Harry. You should have gone away when I asked you.
I stayed when you asked me.
Harry, I can't quite quarrel with my two best friends at once. But between you both, you have made me hate the finest piece of work I've ever done. You know, what is it but canvas and color? I will not let it come across our lives and mar them. I will destroy it.
Don't! Basil, don't. It would be murder.
I'm glad you appreciate my work at last, Dorian. I never thought you would.
Appreciate it. I am in love with it. It is a part of myself. I feel that.
Well, as soon as you are dry, you shall be varnished and sent home. Then you can do what you like with yourself. You must have tea, Dorian. And you, Harry. How do you object to such simple pleasures?
I adore simple pleasures, but last refuge to the complex. But I don't like scenes, except on stage. What absurd fellows you are, both of you. I wish you'd not squabble over the picture. You'd much better let me have it, Basil. This silly boy doesn't really want it, and I really do.
If you let anyone have it but me, Basil, I shall never forgive you. And I don't object to anyone calling me a city boy.
The picture is yours, Dorian. I gave it to you before it existed.
And you know that you have been a little silly, Mr. Gray. And you really don't object to being reminded that you are extremely young.
I should have objected very strongly this morning, Lord Henry.
This morning. You've lived since then.
Well, Harry, what brings you out so early? Money, I suppose. Well, tell me all about it. Young people nowadays imagine that money is everything.
Yes, when they grow old, they know it. I don't want money. It's only if people pay their bills with that, Uncle George, and I never pay mine. No, what I want is information. Not useful information, of course. Useless information. Mr. Dorian Gray.
Mr. Dorian Gray? Who is he?
That's what I've come to learn, Uncle George. Or rather, I know who he is. He's the last Lord Kelso's grandson. And his mother was a Devereux, Lady Margaret Devereux. I want to know about his mother. What was she like, and whom did she marry? You've known almost everybody in your time, so perhaps you have known her. I'm very interested in Mr. Gray at present. I've only just met him.
Kelso's grandson. Of course. I knew his mother intimately. I believe it was at her christening. She was an extraordinarily beautiful girl, Margaret Devereux. I made all the men frantic by running away with some penniless young fellow. A mere nobody, sir. Egad, the poor chap was killed in a duel at a spa a few months after their marriage. The girl died too. Died within a year. So, she left the son, did she? I'd forgotten that. What sort of boy is he? If he's anything like his mother, he must be good-looking chap.
He is very good-looking.
He should have come from a pot of money waiting for him from Kelso if he did the right thing. Egad, his mother had money too. All the Selby property came to her through her grandfather.
He has Selby, I know. He told me so. And his mother was very beautiful.
Margaret Devereux was one of the loveliest creatures I ever saw, Harry. What on earth induced her to behave as she did? I could not understand. All the women of that family were. The men were a poor lot, but egad, the women were wonderful. Carlington went on his knees to her. Told me so himself. She laughed at him that there were all the girls in London that were after him. And by the way, Harry, talking about silly marriages, what is this humbug your father tells me about Dartmoor wanting to marry an American? Ain't English girls enough for him?
It is rather fashionable to marry the Americans just now, Uncle George.
I'll back English women against the world, Harry.
The betting is on the Americans.
They don't last. The long engagement exhausts them, but they're capital at the steeplechase. They think flying things. I don't think Dartmoor has a chance. But who are her people? Has she got any?
American girls are as clever at concealing their parents as English women are concealing their pasts.
Oh, is she pretty?
She behaves as she's beautiful. But then again, all American women do. That is a secret to their charm.
Why can't these American women stay in their own country? They were always telling us that they are the paradise for women.
That is why, like Eve, they're also excessively anxious to get out of it.
Ah, my dear. We're talking about poor Dartmoor.
Do you think he will really marry this fascinating young person?
I believe she's made her mind to propose to him, Duchess.
How dreadful. Really, someone should interfere.
I am told on excellent authority that her father keeps an American dry goods store.
Dry goods? What are American dry goods?
American novels.
When America was discovered,
I wish to goodness it had never been discovered at all. Really, our girls have no chance nowadays. It is most unfair.
Perhaps, after all, America never has been discovered. I myself would say it has merely been detected.
Oh, but I have seen specimens of the inhabitants. I must confess that most of them are extremely pretty, and they dress well too. They get all their dresses in Paris. I wish I could afford to do the same.
they say that when good Americans die, they go to Paris.
Really? And where do bad Americans go to when they die?
They go to America.
Oh, Harry, Lady Agatha is quite vexed with you. Why do you try to persuade our nice Mr. Dorian Gray to give up the East End? I assure you he would be quite invaluable. They would love his playing.
The East End is a very important problem.
Quite so. It's the problem of slavery. We try to solve it by amusing the slaves.
What change do you propose, then?
I don't desire to change anything in England except the weather.
I have always felt rather guilty when I come to see your dear aunt, for I take no interest at all in the East End. I am never able to look her in the face without a blush.
Blush is very becoming, Duchess.
Only when one is young. When an old woman like myself blushes, it is a very bad sign. Lord Henry, I wish you would tell me how to become young again.
Can you remember any great error you may have committed in your past, Duchess?
A great many, I fear.
Then commit them over again. To get back ones, each one merely has to repeat one's follies.
A delightful theory. I must put it into practice. Oh, how annoying. I must go. I have to call for my husband at the club. If I am late, he is sure to be furious, and I couldn't have a scene in this bonnet. It's far too fragile. A harsh word would ruin it. Goodbye, Lord Henry. You are quite delightful and dreadfully demoralizing. I am sure I don't know what to say about your views. You must come and dine with us some night. Tuesday? Are you disengaged? Tuesday?
For you, I would throw over anyone, Duchess.
That is very nice and very wrong of you. So, mind you come.
Well, my boy, I must be off to my club.
Thank you for giving me the information I wanted about Mr. Gray. I know everything about my new friends and not about my old ones.
How late you are, Harry.
I'm afraid it is not Harry, Mr. Gray.
Beg your pardon. I thought...
You thought it was my husband. It is only his wife. You must let me introduce myself. I know you quite well by your photographs. I think my husband has got 17 of them.
Not 17, Lady Henry.
Well, 18 then. And I saw you with him the other night at the opera.
That was at Lohengrin, Lady Henry, I think.
It was at dear Lohengrin. I like Wagner's music better than anybody's. It is so loud that one can talk the whole time without other people hearing what one says. That is a great advantage. Don't you think so, Mr. Gray?
I'm afraid I don't think so, Lady Henry. I never talk during music, at least during good music. When one hears bad music, it's one's duty to drown it in conversation.
That is one of Harry's views, isn't it, Mr. Gray? I always hear Harry's views from his friends. It is the only way I get to hear them. But you must not think I don't like good music. I adore it. But I'm afraid of it. It makes me too romantic. I have simply worshipped pianists. I don't know what it is about them. Perhaps it is that they are foreigners. They all are, aren't they? Even those that are born in England become foreigners after a time. Don't they? It is so clever of them, and such a compliment to the art. Makes it quite cosmopolitan, doesn't it? You have never been to any of my parties, have you? Mr. Gray, you must come. I can't afford orchids, but I spare no expense, and foreigners make one's room look so picturesque. But here is Harry. Harry, I've come in to look for you, to ask you something. I forgot what it was, and I found Mr. Gray here. We've had such a lovely chat about music. He has been most pleasant. I'm so glad to have seen him.
I am charmed, my love, quite charmed. So sorry I'm late, Dorian. I went to look after a piece of brocade in Wardour Street. Had to bargain for it for hours. Now they seem to know the price of everything and the value of nothing.
I'm afraid I must be going. I've promised to drive with the Duchess. Goodbye, Mr. Gray. Goodbye, Harry. You are dining out, I suppose? So am I. Perhaps I shall see you at Lady Thornbury's.
I dare say, my dear. Never marry a woman with straw-coloured hair, Dorian. It's so sentimental.
But I like sentimental people.
Never marry at all, Dorian. Men marry because they are tired. Women marry because they are curious, and both are disappointed.
I don't think I'm likely to marry. I'm too much in love. That is one of your aphorisms. I'm putting it into practice as you do everything that you say.
Who are you in love with?
With an actress.
There's a rather commonplace debut.
You would not say so if you saw her, Harry.
Who is she?
Her name is Sybil Vane.
I've never heard of her.
No one has. People will someday, however. She is a genius.
My dear boy, no woman is a genius. Women are a decorative sex. They never have anything to say, but they say it charmingly. Women represent the triumph of matter over mind, just as men represent the triumph of mind over morals. There are two women worth talking to, the plain and the coloured. Plain women are very useful. If you want to gain a reputation for respectability, you merely have to take one down to supper. The women are very charming, but they commit one mistake, however. They paint in order to try and look young. As long as a woman can look 10 years younger than their own daughter, she's perfectly happy. As for conversation, there are only two women in London worth talking to, and two of these can't permit into society. However, tell me about your genius. How long have you known her?
About 3 weeks.
Then where did you come across her?
I will tell you, Harry, but you mustn't be unsympathetic about it. After all, it never would have happened if I had not met you. You filled me with a wild desire to know everything about life. Well, about 7 o'clock, I determined to go out in search of adventure. I don't know what I expected, but I went out and soon wandered eastward, losing my way in a labyrinth of grimy streets and black grass the squares. At about 8:30, I passed an absurd little theatre with great flaring gas jets and gaudy playbills. You will laugh at me, I know. But I went in and paid a whole guinea for the stage box. The present day, I can't make out why I did so. But if I hadn't, my dear Harry, if I hadn't, I should have missed the greatest romance of my life. I see you are laughing.
I'm not laughing, Dorian. At least I'm not laughing at you. We should not say it's the greatest romance of your life. You should say it's the first romance of your life. But I won't interrupt you. I want your story.
Well, I was seated in a horrid little private box with a vulgar drop scene staring me in the face. I looked out from behind the curtain and surveyed the house. It was a tawdry affair, all cupids and cornucopias like a third-rate wedding cake. And what do you think the play was, Harry? It was Romeo and Juliet. I must admit, I was rather annoyed at the idea of seeing Shakespeare done in such a wretched hole of a place. Still, I was interested in a sort of way. At last, the play began and the drop scene was drawn up. Romeo was a stout, elderly gentleman with corked eyebrows, a husky tragedy voice, and a figure like a beer barrel. Mercutio was almost as bad, as he was played by the low comedian. He had introduced gags of his own and was on most friendly terms with the pit. But Juliet, Harry, imagine a girl hardly 17 years of age, with a little flower-like face, eyes that were violet wells of passion, lips that were like the petals of a rose. She was the most loveliest thing I had ever seen in my life. You told me once that pathos left you unmoved, but that beauty, mere beauty, could bring your eyes to tears. I tell you, Harry, I could hardly see this girl for the mist of tears that came across me. And her voice, I never heard such a voice. It was very low at first, with deep, mellow notes that fall singly upon one's ear. Then it became a little louder and sounded like a distant flute or an oboe. In the garden scene, it had all the tremulous ecstasy that one hears just before dawn when nightingales are singing. Your voice and the voice of Sybil Vane are two things I shall never forget. When I close my eyes, I hear them, and each of them tells me something different. I don't know which to follow. Harry, I love her. She is everything to me in life. Night after night, I go to see her play. One evening, she is Rosalind, and the next evening, she is Imogen. I have seen her die in the gloom of a marble tomb, sucking the poison from her lover's lips. I have seen her wandering in the forest of Arden, and dressed as a boy, and wearing a hose and doublet and dainty cap. I have seen her in every age and in every costume. Ordinary women never appeal to one's imagination. But an actress. Harry, why didn't you tell me that the only thing worth loving is an actress? I wish now I had not told you about Sybil Vane.
You could not help telling me this, Dorian. All through your life, you tell me everything you do.
Yes, I believe that is true. I cannot help telling you things. You have a curious influence over me. If I ever did a crime, I think I would come and confess it to you. You would understand me.
People like you, the willful zombies of life, don't commit crimes, Dorian. But I'm much obliged for the compliment all the same. And now, tell me, what are your actual relations with Miss Sybil Vane?
Harry, Sybil Vane is sacred.
It's only ever the sacred things that are worth touching, Dorian. But why should you be annoyed? I suppose she'll belong to you someday. When one is in love, one always begins by deceiving oneself, and one always ends by deceiving others. That's what the world calls a romance. Do you know her, at any rate, I suppose?
Of course I know her. On the first night I was at the theatre, the patron offered to introduce me to Juliet and take me behind the scenes. I was furious with him as I told him that Juliet had been dead for several hundreds of years and was lying in a marble tomb in Verona. From his blank look of amazement, he thought that I was under too much champagne or something.
I'm not surprised.
He was a most offensive brute. But he had an extraordinary passion for Shakespeare. He told me once, with an air of pride, that his 5 bankruptcies was due entirely to the bard, as he insisted on calling him. He seemed to think it was a distinction.
It was a distinction, my dear Dorian. A great distinction. Most people become bankrupt by having invested too heavily in the prose of life. To have ruined oneself over poetry is an honor. But when did you first speak to Miss Sybil Vane?
On the 3rd night, I had thrown her flowers, and she had looked at me. At least I fancied that she had. The patron seemed determined to introduce me, so I consented. Oh, Harry, she was so shy and so gentle. There was this childlike feel to her. Her eyes opened in exquisite wonder when I told her what I thought of her performance, and she seemed quite unconscious of her own power. The old Jew who insisted on calling me my lord, I had to tell Sybil that I was nothing of the kind, and she simply said to me, "You look more like a prince to me. I must call you Prince Charming."
On my word, Dorian, Miss Sybil knows how to pay compliments.
You don't understand her, Harry. She regarded me merely as a person to play. She knows nothing of life. From her little head to her little feet, she is absolutely and entirely divine. Every night of my life, I go to see her act, and every night she is more marvelous.
That is the reason, I suppose, you never doubt me now, Dorian. I thought you must have some curious romance in hand. You do, but it's not what I expected. You can doubt me tonight, though, can't you?
Tonight she is Rosalind. Tomorrow night she is Juliet.
When is she Sybil Vane?
Never.
And what do you propose to do?
I want you and Basil to come with me some night and see her act. You will not regret the results. She has this genius quality about her. I want to take a West End theatre and bring her out properly. She will make the world as mad as she has made me.
That will be impossible, my dear boy.
Let me see. Let us fix tomorrow. Today is Tuesday. She plays Juliet tomorrow.
All right, the Bristol at 8 o'clock then, and I'll get Basil.
No, not 8. About 6:30. We must be at the theatre before the curtain rises. You must see her in the first act where she meets Romeo. Poor Basil. I have not laid eyes upon him for a week. It's horrid of me, but he brought me my portrait, and I must admit I am rather annoyed at the idea that it is a full month younger than me. I do delight in it.
People are very fond of getting away with what they need most themselves. It's what I call the depth of generosity.
But Basil is a most unique fellow, but he is a bit of a Philistine. I've come to discover that since I've met you.
Basil, my dear boy, puts everything that is charming into himself into his work. And the consequences, he's nothing left for life, such as prejudices, his principles, and his common sense.
Well, I am off. I am off to see Rosalind. Don't forget about tomorrow night. Goodbye.
I suppose you've heard the news, Basil.
No, Harry. What is it? I know nothing of politics, You know, they don't interest me. There's hardly a single person in the House of Commons worth painting, though many of them would be the better for a little whitewashing.
Dorian Gray is engaged to be married.
Dorian? Engaged to be married? No, impossible. To whom?
A little actress, rather.
I can't believe it. You know, Dorian is far too sensible.
Dorian is far too wise not to do foolish things now and then, my dear Basil.
Marriage is hardly a thing that one can do now and then, Harry.
Except in America. But I didn't say he was married, I said he was engaged to be married. There's a great difference. I have a distinct remembrance of being married, but no recollection at all of being engaged. I mean, I can't think I never was engaged.
But think of Dorian's birth, and position, and wealth. It would be absurd for him to marry so much beneath him.
If you want to make him marry this girl, then tell him that, Basil. He's certain to do then.
I hope the girl is good, Harry. No, I don't want to see Dorian tied to some vile creature who might degrade his nature and ruin his intellect.
Well, she's better than good. She's beautiful. Dorian says she's beautiful, and he's not often wrong about things of that kind. But to see her tonight, that boy doesn't get his appointment.
Can't approve of it possibly. No, it is some silly infatuation.
I never approve or disapprove of anything, Basil. I never take any notice of what common people say, and I never interfere what common people do. Dorian Gray falls in love with a girl who acts as Juliet and proposes to marry her, why not? If he wedded Messalina, he'd be nonetheless interesting. Every experience is of value, and whatever one may say against marriage is certainly an experience. I hope Dorian Gray will marry this girl and passionately adore her for 6 months and then suddenly become fascinated by someone else. It would be a wonderful study. Ah, but here is Dorian himself, and he'll tell you more than I can.
My dear Harry, my dear Batten, you must both congratulate me. I've never been so happy. Of course, it is sudden. All really delightful things are, and yet it seems to me to be the one thing I've been looking for all my life.
I hope you'll always be very happy, Dorian. I don't quite forgive you for not having let me know of your engagement. You let Harry know.
Come, tell us how it all came about.
There is not much to tell. After I left you yesterday evening, Harry, I dressed, had some dinner in Rupert Street at that little Italian restaurant you introduced me to, and went down at 8 o'clock to the theatre. Sybil was playing Rosalind. Of course, the scenery was dreadful and the Orlando absurd, but Sybil, you should have seen her. When she came on in her boy's clothes, she never seemed to me more exquisite. As for her acting, well, you shall see for yourself tonight. She is simply a born artist. I sat in a dingy box, absolutely enthralled. I forgot I was in London and in the 19th century. I was away with my love in a forest that no man had ever seen. After the performance was over, as we were sitting together, there came across a look in her eyes that I had never seen before. My lips moved towards hers. We kissed each other. I can't describe to you what I felt at that moment. It seemed to me that all my life had been narrowed down to one point of rose-colored joy. She trembled all over and shook like a white narcissus. Then she flung herself on her knees and kissed my hands. I don't think I should be telling you this, but I can't help it. Lips that Shakespeare taught to speak have whispered their secret in my ear. I have had the arms of Rosalind around me and kissed Juliet on the mouth. Of course, our engagement is a dead secret. She has not even told her own mother.
Have you seen her today then?
I left her in the forest of Arden and shall find her in an orchard in Verona.
At what particular point did you mention the word marriage, Dorian? And what did she say in her answer? Perhaps you forgot all about it.
My dear Harry, I did not treat it as a business transaction. I didn't even make a formal proposal. I asked her and told her that I loved her. And she said she was not worthy to be my wife, not worthy. Why, the whole world is nothing to me compared with her.
You know, wonderfully practical, Dorian. Much more so than we are. Situations of that kind, we often forget to mention anything about marriage, and they always remind us.
You're quite incorrigible, Harry, but I don't mind. It is impossible to be angry with you. When I am with her, she makes me regret everything that you have taught me. I become something different than what you have known me to be. I am changed, and the mere touch of Sybil Vane's hand makes me forget you and all your fascinating, wrong, poisonous, delightful theories.
And those are?
Your theories about life, your theories about love, your theories about pleasure.
Pleasure is the only thing worth having a theory about, Dorian. Pleasure is nature's test, her sign of approval. When we are happy, we are always good, but when we are good, we're not always happy.
I know what pleasure is. It is to adore someone.
That is certainly better than being adored. Being adored is a nuisance. Women treat us like society treats us as gods. They worship us, yet they're always bothering us to do something for them.
You must admit, Harry, that women give to men the very gold of their lives.
Possibly, but they invariably want it back in very small change.
What nonsense. Let us go down to the theatre. When you see Sybil on stage, you will have a new ideal on life. She will represent you, something you have never known.
I have known everything, Dorian, but I'm always ready for a new emotion. I'm afraid, however, for me, at any rate, it's no such thing. Still, your wonderful girl may thrill me. I love acting. It's so much more than real life. Let us go.
Oh, Mother, I am so happy. I'm happy, and you must be happy too.
Happy. I am only happy, Sybil, when I see you act. Oh, you must not think of anything but your acting. Mr. Isaacs has been very good to us, and, well, we owe him money.
Money, Mother? What does money matter? Love is more important than money.
Mr. Isaacs has advanced us £50 to pay off our debts and to get a proper outfit for James. Sybil, you must not forget that £50 is a very, very large sum. Mr. Isaacs has been most considerate.
We don't need him anymore, Mother. Prince Charming rules life for us now. I love him.
Foolish child.
Oh, why does he love me so? I know why I love him. I love him because he is what love itself should be. And I know I am not worthy of him, yet I do not feel humble. I feel proud, terribly proud. Oh, Mother, did you love Father as I love Prince Charming? Forgive me, Mother. I know it pains you to talk about Father so. But it only pains you because you loved him so much. Don't look so sad, Mother. I am as happy now as you were 20 years ago. Oh, let me be happy forever.
My child, you are far too young to even think about falling in love. And besides, really, what do you know of this young man? You don't even know his name. And I must say, with James going away to Australia and with so much to think of, you should have shown more consideration. Although, if he is rich...
Oh, Mother, let me be happy.
Well, I hope you saved some of that love for me, Sybil.
Oh, but you don't like affection, Jim. You are a dreadful old bear.
Well, I don't suppose I shall ever see London again. I'm sure I don't want to.
James, I truly hope you are contented with your seafaring life. I trust you will return from Australia with a position of affluence. I don't believe there is a society of any kind in the colonies, at least none which I would call society. So, when you have made your fortune, you must come back and assert yourself in London.
Society. I don't want to know anything about that. I should like to make enough money to take you and Sybil off the stage. I hate it. I hear a gentleman comes to the theater every night and comes behind to talk to you. Is that right?
James, you do not understand. In the profession, we are accustomed to receive a great deal of most gratifying attention. I myself used to receive many bouquets at one time. Oh, that, James, was when acting was really understood. As for Sybil, I do not know yet whether her affections are serious or not. But there is no doubt in my mind that the young man in question is truly a perfect gentleman. He is always most polite to me, and, well, he has the appearance of being rich. Well, and the flowers he sends are lovely, truly.
You don't know his name, though.
He is called Prince Charming. Don't you like the name? You should never forget it. You'll meet him one day and you will like him. Everybody likes him, and I love him. Oh, I wish you could stay here at the theater tonight, Jim. He is to be here and I am to play Juliet. Can you imagine? To be in love and to play Juliet. To have him sitting there. To play for his delight. I'm afraid I may frighten the company. Frighten or enthrall them. For to be in love is to surpass oneself. Poor dreadful Mr. Isaacs will be shouting genius to his lovers at the bar.
He's a gentleman.
A prince.
He wants to enslave you.
I shudder at the thought of being free. Jim, you talk as if you are 100. One day you will be in love, and then you will know what it is. Don't look so sulky. Surely you should be glad that, though you are leaving, you leave me happier than I have ever been before. Life has been hard for us both, but it will be different now. You are going to a new world, and I found one. I wish you could meet him.
Well, I wish I could. For as sure as there is a God in heaven, if he ever does you any wrong, I shall kill him. I shall kill him.
What a place to find one's divinity in.
Yes, it was here I found her, and she is divine beyond all living things. When she acts, you will forget everything. These common rough people with their coarse faces and brutal gestures become quite different when she is on the stage. They sit silently and watch her. They weep and laugh as she wills them to do. She makes them as responsive as a violin. She spiritualizes them, and one feels that they are the same flesh and blood as oneself.
Same flesh and blood as oneself. I hope not.
Dear pilgrim, you do wrong your hand too much, which mannerly devotion shows in this. For saints have hands which holy hands do touch, and palm to palm is holy palmers kiss. Thou knowest the mask of night is on my face, else would a maiden blush be paint upon my cheek.
She's quite beautiful, Dorian, but she can't act. Let us go.
For that which thou hast heard me speak tonight, I give joy in thee.
My dear Dorian, I should think Miss Vane is ill. No, we will come some other night.
But I have no joy in this contract tonight. Sweet good night.
I wish she were ill, but she seems to me to be simply callous and cold. She is entirely altered. Last night she was a great artist. This evening she is merely a commonplace, mediocre actress.
For this bud of love from summer's ripening breath may prove a beauteous flower when next we meet.
Oh, do let us go. Dorian, you must not stay here any longer. It's not good for one's morals to see bad acting. Besides, I don't suppose you want your wife to act. So what does it matter if she plays Juliet like a wooden doll? She is very lovely, and if she knows little about life as she does about acting, she'd be a delightful experience. There are only two kinds of people who are really fascinating. People who know absolutely everything and people who know absolutely nothing.
I'm awfully sorry that I have made you waste an evening, Harry. I apologize to you both.
Let us go, Basil.
Yes, go away, Harry. I want to be alone. You must both go. Go.
How badly I acted tonight, Dorian.
horribly. It was dreadful. Are you ill?
But you should have understood. You understand, don't you?
Understand what?
Why I acted so badly tonight. Why I shall always be bad. Why I shall never act well again.
You are ill, I suppose. When you are ill, you shouldn't act. You make yourself ridiculous. My friends were bored. I was bored.
Before I knew you, acting was the one reality of my life. It was only in the theater in which I lived. I was Rosalind one night and Portia the next. The joy of Beatrice was my joy, and the sorrows of Cordelia were mine also. But then you came, and oh, my beautiful love, and you freed me from this prison. You showed me what reality truly is. Tonight I became aware of the silliness, the sham, the hollowness of the pageant in which I had always played. Tonight, for the first time in my life, I became conscious that the Romeo was hideous and old and painted, that the moonlight in the orchard was false, and that the scenery was vulgar, and the words that I was saying were not my words, were not what I wanted to say. My Prince Charming, my Prince of Life. I heard them hissing and I smiled. What could they know of love such as ours? Oh, take me away, Dorian. Take me somewhere where we can be quite alone. I hate the stage. I might mimic a passion that I do not feel, but I cannot mimic one that burns me like fire.
I loved you because you were marvelous, because you had genius and intellect, because you realized the dreams of great poets and gave shape and substance to the shadows of art. You stirred my imagination. Now, you don't even stir my curiosity. You have thrown it all away. You are shallow and stupid. My God, how mad I was to love you. What a fool I have been. You are nothing to me now. I will never see you again. I will never think of you. I will never mention your name. If you only knew what you were to me once. Why once? I can't bear to think of it. I would have made you famous, splendid, magnificent. The world would have worshipped you, and you would have borne my name. What are you now? A third-rate actress with a pretty face.
You are not serious, Dorian. You are acting.
Acting. I leave that to you. You do it so well. Don't touch me. I am going. I don't wish to be unkind, but I can't see you again. You have disappointed me.
My love!
Dorian! Dorian! My dear boy, I'm so sorry for it all. But you must not think too much about it.
Do you mean about Sybil Vane?
Yes, of course. It is dreadful from one point of view. It was not your fault. Tell me, did you see her after the play was over?
I was brutal, Harry. Perfectly brutal. But it's all right now. I am not sorry for what has happened. It has taught me to know myself better.
Dorian, I am so glad you take it that way. I'm afraid I would find you plunged in remorse.
I have got through all that. I'm perfectly happy now. I know what conscience is to begin with. It is not what you told me it was. It is the divinest thing in us. Don't sneer at it, Harry, anymore, at least before me. I want to be good. I can't bear the idea of my soul being hideous.
A very charming artistic basis for ethics, Dorian. I congratulate you on it, but how are you going to begin?
By marrying Sybil Vane.
Marrying Sybil Vane? But my dear Dorian.
Yes, Harry, I know what you are going to say. Something dreadful about marriage. Don't say it. Don't ever say anything of the kind again to me. 2 days ago, I asked Sybil to marry me. I am not going to break my word to her. She is to be my wife.
Your wife? Dorian, didn't you get my letter? I wrote to you this morning and sent it down by my own man.
Your letter? Yes. No, I will not read it yet, Harry. I am afraid of what it might say. You cut life to pieces with your epigrams.
You know nothing then.
What do you mean?
Dorian, my letter was to tell you that Sybil Vane is dead.
Dead. What do you mean? It's a terrible lie. Dare you say it?
It's quite true, Dorian. It's in all the morning papers. I wrote down to you this morning to tell you not to talk to anyone till I came. There will have to be an inquest, of course, but you must not get mixed up in it. Things like that make a man fashionable in Paris, but in London people are so prejudiced. Now, one should never make one's debut at a scandal. One should save that for an interest to one's old age.
Did you say an inquest? What do you mean? Did Sybil... Tell me everything at once.
I have no doubt that it was not an accident, Dorian. Though it must be put that way to the public. It seems that as she was leaving the theatre with her mother about 12:30, so she said she forgot something upstairs, and they waited for her for some time, but she didn't come back down again. They found her lying dead in her dressing room. It seems she had swallowed something by mistake. Something dreadful that they use in theatres. I should fancy it was prussic acid. She seems to have died instantaneously.
Harry. It is terrible.
Yes, it is very tragic, of course, but we must not let this thing get in your nerves. You must come and dine with me, and afterwards we will look in at the opera. It's a party night, and everyone will be there. You can come and sit in my sister's box. She has some very smart women with her.
So, I have murdered Sybil Vane. Murdered her surely as if I had cut her little throat with a knife. Yet the roses are not all less lovely than all that. The birds sing happily in my garden, and I am to dine with you tonight and then go to the opera. How extraordinarily dramatic life is. If I had read it in a book, Harry, I think I would have wept. But since it has happened actually to me, it seems far too wonderful for tears. Here is the first passionate love letter I have ever written in my life. Strange how the first love letter I should have been addressed to a dead girl. Oh, Harry, how I loved her once. Seems years ago to me now. She was everything to me. There's nothing now to keep me straight. She would have done that for me. She had no right to kill herself. It was selfish of her.
My dear Dorian, getting a woman can never reform a man is by boring him so completely that he loses all possible interest in life. If you had married this girl, you would have been wretched. Of course, you would have been kind to her. One can always be kind to someone who one cares nothing about. But she would have soon found out about you and been absolutely indifferent to you. When a woman finds that out about her husband, she becomes so dreadfully dowdy or wears very expensive bonnets that other woman's husband has to pay for. I assure you that in any case, the whole thing would have been an absolute failure.
I suppose it would. It seems terrible to me that it was not my fault. That such a terrible tragedy prevented me from doing what was right. Why can't I feel tragedy as much as I want to? I don't think I am heartless. Do you?
You've done too many foolish things in the past fortnight to be entitled to give yourself that name, Dorian.
I don't like your explanation, Harry. But I'm glad you don't find me heartless. I am nothing of the kind. I know I am. I think I shall join you at the opera, Harry. What's the number of your sister's box?
27. It's on the ground here. You will see her name above the door. Goodbye. I'll see you tonight before 9:30, I hope. Remember, Patty is singing.
I'm so glad I found you, Dorian. You know, I called last night and they told me you were at the opera. Of course, I knew that was impossible. But where were you? Did you go down and see the girl's mother? For a moment, I thought of following you there. And I was afraid of intruding upon a sorrow that I could not lighten. Poor woman. You know what a state she must be in. But what did she say about it all?
My dear Basil, how do I know? I was at the opera. I met Lady Gwendolen, Harry's sister, for the first time. We were in her box. She is perfectly charming, and Patty sang divinely. Don't talk about such horrid stuff. If one doesn't talk about a thing such as that, it has never happened. It is simply expression that gives reality to things, as Harry says.
You went to the opera? You went to the opera while Sybil Vane was lying dead in some sordid lodging? You can talk to me of other women being charming and of Patty singing divinely before the girl you love has even the quiet of a grave to sleep in.
Stop. Basil, what is done is done. What is past is past.
You call yesterday the past?
What has the actual lapse of time got to do with it? It's only shallow people who require years to rid themselves of an emotion. A man who's a master of himself can end a sorrow as easily as he can invent a pleasure. I don't want to be at the mercy of my emotions. I want to use them, to enjoy them, and to dominate them.
Dorian, this is horrible. You know, something has changed you completely. You look exactly the same wonderful boy who day after day used to come down to my studio to sit for his picture. You're the most unspoiled creature in the whole world. Now I don't know what has come over you. You talk as if you had no heart, no pity in you. You know, it is all Harry's influence. I see that.
I owe a great deal to Harry, Basil. What do you want, Basil?
I want the Dorian Gray I used to paint.
You are too late. If you had come yesterday at a particular moment, about 5:30 or 5:45, you would have found me in tears. Even Harry, who was here, who brought me the news, in fact, had no idea what I was going through. I suffered immensely. Then it passed away. I cannot repeat an emotion. Only sentimentalists can. And you were awfully unjust, Basil. You come here to console me, you find me consoled, and you are furious. There's nothing more to be said.
Well, Dorian, I won't speak to you again about this horrible thing after today. The inquest is to take place this afternoon. Have they summoned you?
They don't know my name.
But surely she did.
Only my Christian name. And that I'm quite sure she didn't mention to anyone. She told me once that they asked her who I was. She invariably told them that my name was Prince Charming. You should do me a drawing of Sybil. I should like something more than a few kisses and some broken, pathetic words.
We'll try and do something, Dorian. Please you. But you must come and sit to me yourself again. I can't get on without you.
I must never sit for you again, Basil. It is impossible.
My dear boy, what nonsense! Do you mean to say you don't like what I did of you? You know, where is it? Why have you covered it? Let me look at it. You know, it is the best thing I have ever done.
You must not look at it. I don't wish you to.
Not look at my own work? You are not serious. No, why shouldn't I look at it?
If you try to look at it, on my word of honor, I shall never speak to you again. I am quite serious. I don't offer an explanation, and you are not to ask for any. But remember, if you touch that sheet, everything is over between us.
Dorian.
Don't speak.
But what is the matter? No, of course, I won't look at it if you don't want me to. But really, it seems rather absurd that I shouldn't see my own work. Especially as I'm going to exhibit it in Paris in the autumn. I should probably have to give it another coat of varnish before that, so I must see it someday. Why not today?
You want to exhibit it?
Yes. I don't suppose you'll object to that. George Petit is going to collect all my best pictures for a special exhibition in the Rue des Seines, which will open in the first week of October. The portrait will only be away a month.
You told me you would never exhibit it. Why have you changed your mind?
Dorian, if I told you, you might like me less than you do, and you'd certainly laugh at me. I cannot bear you doing either of those two things. Now, if you wish me never to look at your picture again, I am content. I've always you to look at. And if you wish the best work I have never ever done to be hidden from the world, I am satisfied. Your friendship is dearer to me than any fame or reputation.
No, Basil, I must know. I think I have a right to know.
Just answer me one question. Have you noticed in the picture something curious? Something that probably at first did not strike you, but that revealed itself to you suddenly.
Basil.
I see you did. Don't speak. Wait till you hear what I have to say. Dorian, from the moment I met you, I was dominated. Soul, brain, and power by you. And you became to me the visible incarnation of that unseen ideal that haunts us artists, like an exquisite dream. I worshipped you. Of course, I never let you know anything about this. You would not have understood it. I hardly understood it myself. I only knew that in such mad worships there is peril. Peril of losing you, no less than the peril of keeping you. I determined to paint a wonderful portrait of you, but as I worked at it, every flake and film of color seemed to reveal to me my secret. I grew afraid that others would know of my idolatry. And then it was that I resolved never to allow the picture to be exhibited. A few days, the thing left my studio. And as soon as I got rid of the intolerable fascination of its presence, it seemed to me that I'd been foolish, imagining that I'd seen anything in it. More than that you were extremely good looking and that I could paint. It is extraordinary to me, Dorian. You should have seen this in the portrait. Did you really see it?
I saw something in it. Something in it that seemed very curious.
Well, you don't mind me looking at the thing now.
You must not ask me that. I could not possibly let you look at that picture.
You will someday, surely.
Never.
Well, perhaps you're right. You didn't see anything else in the picture, did you? There was nothing else to see?
No, there was nothing else to see. Why do you ask? But you shouldn't talk about worship. It is foolish. You and I are friends, Basil. We must always remain so.
You have got Harry.
Harry. Harry spends his days talking about what is incredible and his evenings doing what is improbable. Just the sort of life I would like to lead. But I don't think I would go to Harry if I were in trouble. I would much sooner go to you, Basil.
You will sit to me again?
Impossible. I can't explain it to you. I must never sit for you again. There is something fatal about a portrait. It has a life of its own. I will come for tea sometime. That will be just as pleasant.
Pleasanter for you, I'm afraid. You spoil my life as an artist by refusing, Dorian. No man comes across two ideal things. You come across one.
Harry, this book is fascinating. I don't know how the time flies past.
Yes, I thought you would like it.
I didn't say I liked it. I said it fascinated me. There is a great difference.
Ah, you discovered that.
Dorian, what an extraordinary piece of luck. I'm off to Paris by midnight train, and I particularly wanted to see you before I left. No, I thought it was you, or rather your fur coat as you passed me, but I wasn't quite sure. Didn't you recognize me?
My dear Basil, in this form, why I couldn't even recognize Grosvenor Square. I'm sorry you're going to be away, as I haven't seen you for ages, but I suppose we'll be back soon.
No, I'm going out of England for 6 months. I intend to take a studio in Paris and shut myself up till I finished a great picture I have in my head. However, it wasn't about myself I wanted to talk. I have something to say to you.
I shall be charmed. But won't you miss your train?
I have heaps of time. The train doesn't go till 12:15, and it's only just 11. In fact, I was on my way to the club to look for you when I saw you pass. And I've sent on my heavy things. So all I have with me is this bag, and I can easily get to Victoria in 20 minutes. Now, my dear fellow, I want to speak to you seriously. Don't frown like that. You make it so much harder for me.
What is it all about? I hope it is not about myself. I am tired of myself. I should like to be somebody else.
It is about yourself. And I must say it to you. I shall only keep you half an hour.
Half an hour.
It's not much to ask of you, Dorian. And it's entirely for your own sake that I am speaking. I think it right that you should know that the most dreadful things are being said against you in London.
I don't wish to know anything about them. I love scandals about other people, but scandals about myself don't interest me. They've not the charm of novelty.
Must interest you, Dorian. Every gentleman is interested in his good name. Mind you, I don't believe these rumors at all. At least I can't believe them when I see you. But sin is a thing that writes itself across a man's face. It cannot be concealed. People talk sometimes of secret vices. There is no such thing. A wretched man has a vice. It shows itself. Lines of his mouth. The droop of his eyelids. Holding of his hands, even. You, Dorian. Your pure, bright, innocent youth. Your marvelous, untroubled face. I can't believe anything against you. And yet, why is it, Dorian, that a man like the Duke of Berwick leaves the room of a club when you enter it? Why is it that so many gentlemen in London will either come to your house or invite you to theirs? You used to be a friend of Lord Studley. I met him at dinner last week. Your name happened to come up in conversation in connection to the miniatures you have lent to the exhibition at the Dudley. Studley curled his lip so that you might have the most artistic tastes. That you're a man whom no pure-minded girl should be allowed to know, and whom no chaste woman should sit in the same room with. And why is your friendship to young men so fatal? There was that wretched boy in the Guards who committed suicide. You were his great friend. And there was Sir Henry Ashton, who had to leave England with a tarnished name. And you and he were inseparable. Oh, what about Adrian Singleton and the young Duke of Perth? And what of Lord Kent's only son?
Stop, Basil. You are talking about things which you know nothing. You ask me why Berwick leaves the room when I enter it. It is because I know everything about his life, not because he knows anything about mine. With such blood as he has in his veins, how could his record be clean? You ask me about Henry Ashton and young Perth. Did I give the one his vices and the other his debauchery? If Adrian Singleton writes his friend's name across a bill, am I his keeper? If Ken's silly son takes his wife in the streets, what is that to me?
Dorian, that's not the question. One has a right to judge a man by the effect he has over his friends. You all seem to lose all sense of honor, of goodness, purity. You have filled them with a madness for pleasure. They have gone down into the depths, and you led them there. Yes, you led them there. Yet you can smile, as you're smiling now. There was worse. I know you and Harry are inseparable. Surely for that reason, if none other, you should not have made his sister's name a byword.
Take care, Basil. You go too far.
I must speak. You must listen. You shall listen. When you met Lady Gwendolen, not a breath of scandal had even touched her. Is there a single decent woman in London now who would drive with her in the park? Why, even her children are not allowed to live with her. And then there are other stories. Stories that you've been seen creeping at dawn out of dreadful houses, and slinking in disguise into the foulest dens in London. Are they true? When I first heard them, I laughed. I hear them now. I shudder. What about your country house? The life that is led there? Dorian, you don't know what is said about you in London. I won't tell you that I don't want to preach to you. No, I remember Harry saying once that every man who turned himself into an amateur curate for the moment always began by saying that, and then proceeded to break his word. I do want to preach to you. I want you to lead a life such will make the world respect you. I want you to have a clean name and a fair record. I want you to get rid of the dreadful people you associate with. Lord Gloucester was one of my greatest friends at Oxford. Showed me a letter that his wife had written to him. She was dying alone in a villa at Mentone. Your name was implicated in the most terrible confession I ever read. I told him that it was absurd. That I knew you thoroughly. That you were incapable of anything behind. Know you. I wonder, do I know you? Well, I can answer that. I should have to see your soul.
To see my soul?
Yes? See your soul. But only God can do that.
My soul. You will see it yourself tonight. Come, it is your own handiwork. Why shouldn't you look at it? You can tell the world about it afterwards if you choose. Nobody would believe you. If they did, they would like me all the better for it. I know the age better than you do, though you prate about it so tediously. You have chatted enough about corruption Now you will come look on it face to face. Yes, you shall see my soul. You shall see the thing that you fancy only God can see.
This is blasphemy, Dorian. You must not say things like that. They are horrible. They don't mean anything.
You think so?
You must give me some answer to these horrible charges that are made against you. No, if you tell me that they are absolutely untrue from beginning to end, I shall believe you. Deny them, Dorian! Deny them! Can't you see what I'm going through? Don't tell me that you're bad and corrupt and shameful.
You still wish to know, Basil?
Yes.
I am delighted. You are the one person in the whole world who is entitled to know everything about me. You have more to do with my life than you think. So, you think that it is only God who sees the soul. Draw back that curtain and you will see mine.
You're mad, Dorian. Or playing a part.
You won't. Then I must do it myself. Years ago, when I was a boy, you met me, flattered me, and taught me to be vain of my good looks. One day you introduced me to a friend of yours who introduced me to the wonder of my youth. And you had just finished a portrait which revealed to me the wonder of beauty. In a mad moment that now I don't know whether I regret or not, I made a wish, or perhaps you would call it prayer.
I remember it. Oh, how well I remember it. The thing is impossible. You know, the room is damp. Mildew has gotten into the canvas. You know, the paints I used had some wretched mineral poison in them. I tell you, the thing is impossible.
What is impossible?
You told me you had destroyed it.
I was wrong. It has destroyed me.
I don't believe this is my picture. No, there was nothing evil in it. Nothing shameful. You were to me such an ideal at which I will never meet again. And this is the face of a satyr.
It is the face of my soul.
Christ, what a thing I must have worshipped. As the eyes of a devil.
Each of us has heaven and hell in him, Basil.
My God, if it is true, this is what you've done with your life. Why, you must be worse even than those who talk against you fancy you to be. Don't you see that accursed thing leering at us? What is it that one was taught to say in one's boyhood? Lead us not into temptation, forgive us our trespasses, and wash away our iniquities. Let us say that together. The prayer of your pride has been answered. The prayer of your repentance will be answered also. We must pray, Dorian. Pray!
It is too late, Basil. Blood. No. No. It can't be. It was dry, and yet. Alan, this is kind of you. Thank you for coming.
I had never entered your house again, Gray. But you told me it was a matter of life and death.
Yes, it is a matter of life and death. Alan, and to more than one person. Sit down. Alan, at the top of the house, there is a locked room. A locked room where nobody has access but myself. A dead man is seated at a table. He's been dead for 10 hours. But don't stir and don't look at me like that. Who he is, why he died, and how he died are matters that don't concern you. What you have got to do is this.
Gray. I don't want to know anything further. What you told me is true or not does not concern me. I entirely decline to get mixed up in your life. Keep your horrible secrets to yourself. They don't interest me anymore.
Alan, they will have to interest you. This one will have to interest you. Alan, I'm sorry for you, but I can't help myself. You are the one man who is able to save me. I'm forced to bring you into the matter. I have no option. Alan, you are scientific. You know about chemistry and things of that kind. You have done experiments. What you have got to do is to destroy the thing that is upstairs. Destroy it so that not a vestige of it is left. No one saw this person enter the house. In fact, he is supposed to be in Paris. He will not be missed for months. When he is missed, there must not be a trace of him found here. You, Alan, you must change him and everything that belongs to him into a pile of ash so that I may scatter it into the air.
Dorian.
I was waiting for you to call me Dorian.
You're mad, I tell you. There's just one finger to help you. Man to come from this monstrous infection. I have absolutely nothing to do with the matter. Whatever it is. You think I'm going to peril my reputation for you? Explain to me what devil's work you're up to.
It was suicide, Alan.
I'm glad of that. But who drove him to it? You, I should fancy.
Do you still refuse to do this for me?
I refuse. I have absolutely nothing to do with it. I don't care what shame comes upon you. You deserve it all. You've come to the wrong man. Go to some of your other friends. Don't come to me.
Alan, it was murder. I killed him. You don't know what he made me suffer. Whatever my life is, he has had more to do with the making or the marring of it than poor Harry has had. He may not have intended it. The result was the same.
Is that what you've come to? I'll fall upon you. It's none of my business. Besides, well, it's my stirring in matter. You'll certainly be arrested. Are we ever just commit a crime of doing something stupid?
We were friends once, Alan.
Dorian, they are dead.
The dead linger sometimes. The man upstairs will not go away.
But who could prolong the scene? I absolutely refuse to do anything in the matter. It is insane of you to ask me.
You refuse.
Yes.
I'm awfully sorry for you, Alan, but you leave me no alternative. I have a written letter already. Here it is. You see the address? If you don't help me, I must send it. You know what the result will be, but you are going to help me. It is impossible for you to refuse now. I tried to spare you. You will do me the justice to admit that. You treated me as no man ever dared to treat me, no living man at any rate. I bore it all. Now it is my turn to dictate terms. Yes, it is my turn to dictate terms. You know what has to be done. You must do it. Face it and do it.
Is there a fire in the room upstairs?
There is a fire with asbestos, yes.
I have to go home and get some of my things from the laboratory.
No, you cannot leave the house. Write on a sheet of notepaper what you need, and my servant will take a cab and bring them back to you. You have saved my life from ruin.
That's utter corruption. And I have culminated in a crime. In doing what I'm going to do. You forced me to do. Your life that I am thinking.
I wish you had a thousandth part of the pity I had for you. You have saved me from ruin. I cannot forget that.
In doing what I'm going to do when I finish. I just agree to never see each other again.
I know, my dear. I should have fallen madly in love with you and thrown my bonnet right over the mills for your sake. It is most fortunate that you were not thought of at the time. As it were, our bonnets were so unbecoming and the mills were so occupied in trying to raise the wind that I never even had a flirtation with anybody. However, that was all Nurse Rose's fault. He is dreadfully short-sighted, and there's no pleasure in taking a husband who never sees anything.
Dorian, what is the matter with you tonight? You seem right out of sorts.
I believe he is in love and afraid to tell me for fear I should be jealous. He's quite right, I certainly should.
Dear Lady Nosborough, I have not been in love for a whole week. In fact, since Madame de Forel left town.
How you men can fall in love with that woman, I really will never understand it.
She's really wonderful and full of surprises. Capacity for family affection is extraordinary. When her third husband died, her head turned quite gold from grief.
How can you? Harry.
It is a most romantic explanation, but the third husband, Lord Henry, you don't mean to say Farrell is the fourth?
Certainly, Lady Nosborough.
I don't believe a word of it.
Well, laugh, Mr. Gray, one of my most intimate friends.
Well, is it true, Mr. Gray?
She assures me so, Lady Nosborough. I asked her whether, like Marguerite de Navarre, she had had their hearts embalmed and hung at her girdle. She told me she didn't, as none of them had had any hearts at all.
4 husbands, upon my word. And what is Farrell like? I don't know him.
The husbands of beautiful women belong to the criminal classes.
Lord Henry, I am not at all surprised that the world says that you are extremely wicked.
But what world says that? You must only be the next one, for this world and I are on excellent terms.
Everyone I know says you are very wicked.
It's perfectly monstrous how people go about nowadays, saying things against one behind one's back that are absolutely and entirely true.
Isn't he incorrigible?
Oh, I hope so. But really, if you all worship our deferral in this ridiculous way, I shall have to marry again, so as to be in the fashion.
You will never marry again, Lady Nosborough. You are far too happy. When a woman marries again, it's because she detested her first husband. When a man marries again, it's because he adored his first wife. Women try their luck and men risk theirs.
Well, Nosborough wasn't perfect.
If he had been, you not loved him, my dear lady. Women love us for our defects, and if we have enough of them, they shall forgive us everything, even our intellects.
If we women did not love you for your defects, where would you all be? Not one of you would be married, and you'd be a set of unfortunate bachelors. Not that that would change anything. Nowadays, all the married men live like bachelors, and all the bachelors live like married men.
Life was a great disappointment.
My dear, don't tell me that you have exhausted life. When a man says that, one knows that life has exhausted him. Now, Lord Henry may be very wicked, and I sometimes wish that I had been. But you are meant to be good. You look to be good. We should find you a wife. Lord Henry, don't you think that Mr. Grey should get married?
Always telling him so, Lady Nosborough.
Well, then we must look for a suitable wife. I'll go through the debris carefully tonight and make a list of all the eligible young ladies.
With their ages, Lady Nosborough?
Of course, with their ages slightly adjusted. But I want what the Morning Post would call suitable alliance. And I want you to be happy.
What nonsense people talk about happy marriages. A man can be happy with any woman as long as he does not love her.
What a cynic you are. You must come and dine with me again. You really are an admirable tonic, much better than what Sir Andrew prescribes for me. You have to tell me what kind of people you would like to meet, though.
I like men who have a future, women with past.
Now, mind you, don't stay too long over your politics and scandal. You must show a little moderation.
Moderation is a fatal thing. Enough is as bad as a meal, and more than enough is as good as a feast.
You must come and explain that to me some afternoon, Lord Henry. It does sound like a fascinating theory.
You better, my dear fellow. You seem rather out of sorts, dinner.
I'm quite well, Harry. I'm tired. That is all.
You were charming last night. Little Duchess is quite devoted to you. She tells me she's going to Selby.
She has promised to come on the 20th.
Is Monmouth to be there too?
Oh, yes, Harry.
You bore him dreadfully. Almost so much as he bores her. She's very clever. Too clever for a woman. She lacks the indefinable charm of weakness. It is a feat of clay to make a gold image precious, Dorian. Her feet are very pretty, but they're not feet of clay. White porcelain feet, if you like. They've been through the fire, and when the fire does not destroy, it hardens. She's had experiences.
How long has she been married?
An eternity, she tells me. I believe, according to the peerage, it's been 10 years. About 10 years of Monmouth must felt like an eternity with time thrown in. By the way, Dorian, you were not very early last night. You left before 11. What did you do afterwards? Did you go straight home?
No, Harry. I did not get home till nearly 3.
Did you go to the club then?
Yes. No, I don't mean that. I didn't go to the club. I walked about. I forget what I did. How inquisitive you are, Harry. You always want to know what one has been doing. I always want to forget what I have been doing. I came in at 2:30, if you wish to know the exact time. I left my latchkey at home, and my servant let me in. If you wish to have any more corroborative evidence on the subject, you can ask him.
My dear fellows, if I cared. Let us go to the drawing room. Something has happened to you, Dorian. Tell me what it is. You're not yourself tonight.
Don't mind me, Harry. I am irritable and out of sorts. That is all. I shall come round and see you tomorrow or next day. Make my excuses to Lady Nosborough. I shan't go upstairs. I shall go home. I must go home.
All right, Dorian. I dare say I'll see you tomorrow at tea time. Dutch is coming.
I will try to be there, Harry.
We are very proud tonight.
For God's sake, don't talk to me. What do you want? Money? Here it is. Now go.
There goes the devil's bargain.
Curse you. Don't call me that.
What would you prefer, Prince Charming? Prince Charming?
What do you want?
Keep quiet. If you stir, I shoot you.
You are mad. What have I ever done to you?
You wrecked the life of Sybil Vane, and she was my sister. She killed herself, I know it. Her death is at your door, and I swore I would kill you in return. For years I have sought you. I had no clue, no trace. The two people who could have described you were dead. I knew nothing of you, but the pet name she used to call you. Tonight I heard it by chance. Make your peace with God, for tonight you're going to die.
I never knew her. I never heard her. You are mad.
Quit. You had better confess your sin, for as sure as I am James Vane, you're going to die. Down, on your knees. I give you 1 minute to make your peace, no more. I go on board tonight for India, and I must do my job first. 1 minute, that's all.
Stop. How long ago is it since your sister died? Quick, tell me.
18 years. What do you ask me? What do years matter?
18 years. 18 years? Look at my face.
My God, and I would have murdered you.
You have been on the brink of committing a terrible crime, my man. Let this be a warning to you. Not to take vengeance into your own hands.
Forgive me, sir. I was deceived. A chance word I heard on that damn street set me on the wrong track.
You had better go home and put that pistol away before you get into trouble.
Why didn't you kill him? You fool! I saw you following him. You should have killed him. He has lots of money and he's as bad as bad.
He's not the man I'm looking for, and I want no man's money. I want a man's life. The man whose life I want must be nearly 40 now. This one's little more than a kid. Thank God I don't have his blood upon my hands.
Little more than a kid. Why, man, it is nigh on 18 years since Prince Charming made me what I am.
You lie.
Before God, I am telling the truth.
Before God?
Strike me dumb if it ain't so. He's the worst one that comes here. They say he sold his soul to the devil for a pretty face. 18 years. He hasn't changed much since then. I have, though.
You swear this?
I swear it. But do not give me away to him. I am afraid of him. Give me some money for my night's lodging.
Ah, Harry. How are the pheasants? Is it good sport?
Not very good, I'm afraid, Dorian. I'm told most of the birds have gone to the open. And I dare say better have lunch. Now, what have you two been talking about? I hope Dorian has told you my plan for rechristening everything, Gladys.
It is a delightful idea.
But I don't want to be rechristened, Harry. I am quite satisfied with my own name, and I am sure Mr. Grey should be satisfied with his.
My dear Gladys, I would not alter either name for the world. They're both perfect. No, I was thinking chiefly of flowers. Yesterday I cut an orchid from my buttonhole, and it was a marvellous spotted thing, as effective as the 7 deadly sins. In a thoughtless moment I asked one of the gardeners what it was called, and he told me it was a fine specimen of Robinsoniana, something dreadful of that kind. It's a sad truth, but we've lost the faculty for giving lovely names to things. My poor with words. That's why I hate vulgar realism in literature. A man who would call a spade should be compelled to use one. It's all he's fit for.
Your error, Harry, is that you value beauty far too much.
And how can you say that? I admit I think it's better to be beautiful than to be good. But on the other hand, there's no more right than I am to admit that it is better to be good than to be ugly.
Ugliness is one of the 7 deadly sins, then.
Ugliness is one of the 7 deadly virtues, Gladys. You, as a good Tory, should not underrate them. Read the Bible and the 7 deadly virtues that made our England what she is.
You don't like your country, then?
I live in it.
You bewilder me. Let us talk of someone else.
Our companion is a delightful topic. Years ago, he was christened Prince Charming.
Don't remind me of that. Your companion is rather horrid today.
I believe he thinks that Monmouth married me on purely scientific principles as the best specimen he could find of a modern butterfly.
Well, I hope he won't stick pins in you, Duchess.
My maid already does that, Mr. Grey, when she is annoyed with me.
And what does she get annoyed with you about, Duchess?
Oh, the most trivial things, Mr. Grey, I assure you. Usually because I come in at 10 minutes to 9 and tell her I must be dressed by 8:30.
How unreasonable of her. You should give her a warning.
I dare not, Mr. Grey. Why, she invents hats for me. You remember the one I wore to Lady Hillstone's garden party? You don't, but it is nice of you to pretend that you do. Well, she made that hat out of nothing. All good hats are made out of nothing.
Like all good reputations, Gladys.
What do you say to that, Mr. Grey?
I always agree with Harry, Duchess.
Even when he is wrong?
Harry is never wrong, Duchess.
But does his philosophy make you happy?
I have never searched for happiness. Who wants happiness? I have searched for pleasure.
And found it, Mr. Grey?
Often. Too often.
I am searching for peace, and if I don't go and dress for lunch, I shall have none today.
How fond women are of doing dangerous things. One of the qualities in them I admire most. A woman will flirt with absolutely anybody as long as there are others looking on.
How fond you are of saying dangerous things, Harry. In the present instance, you would be quite astray. I like the Duchess very much, but I don't love her.
The Duchess loves you very much, but she likes you less. You're excellently matched.
You're talking scandal, Harry, and there is never any basis for scandal.
The basis for any scandal is an immoral certainty.
You would sacrifice anybody, Harry, for an epigram.
The world goes to the altar of its own accord.
I shall fetch her an orchid. See. See.
I see the gardener waiting for you. I suppose he wants to ask you which flowers you wish to have brought to the table tonight. I'm sadly nervous you are, my dear fellow.
So Geoffrey is at a beta. God, he ran in front of the guns.
Is the man dead?
Yes, sir. He got the whole charge of shot in his chest. God, he must have died almost instantaneously.
I had better tell them the shooting has stopped for the day. It would not look good to go on.
I wish it was stopped forever, Harry. The whole thing is hideous and cruel. It is a bad omen, Harry. A very bad omen.
Can't be helped, my dear fellow. I'm sure it was the man's own fault. Why did he get in front of the guns? Besides, nothing to do with us. It's rather awkward for Joffrey, of course. It does not do to pepper beaters. It makes one think one is a wild shot, and Joffrey is not. He shoots very straight. There is no use in talking about the matter.
Harry, I feel as if something horrible were about to happen to some of us. To myself, perhaps.
Any horrible thing in the world is new eye, Dorian. That is the one sin for which there is no forgiveness. We're not likely to suffer from it unless these fellows must stop chatting with this thing at dinner. I must tell them the subject is to be tabooed. What on earth is wrong with you, Dorian? You have everything in the world a man could want, and there is nobody who'd rather change places with you.
Oh, Harry, there is no one with whom I would not change places. Don't laugh like that. Telling you the truth. The wretched pheasants who are being slaughtered are better off than I am. I have no terror of death. It is the coming of death that terrifies me. Its monstrous wings seem to wheel in the leaden air around me. I wish I could love. I seem to have lost the passion and forgotten the desire. I'm too much concentrated on myself. My own personality has become a burden to me. I want to escape, to go away, to forget. It was silly of me to come down here at all. I think I will send a wire to Harvey to have the yacht got ready. On a yacht, one is safe.
Safe? Safe from what, Dorian? You are in some trouble. Why not tell me what it is? You know I would help you.
I can't tell you. Fortunately, it is a fancy of mine I cannot discuss. This unexpected accident has upset me. I have a horrible presentiment that something of the kind may happen to me.
What nonsense!
I hope it is. But I can't help feeling it. Ah, here is the Duchess. Looking like Artemis in a tailor-made gown. You see, we have waited, Duchess.
Poor Joffrey's terribly upset.
I'm sorry we are talking about it. It is a hideous subject.
It is an annoying subject. It's no psychological value at all. Now, if Joffrey had done the thing on purpose, how interesting he would be. I should like to know somebody who committed a real murder. Why, Dorian, are you faint again?
It is nothing. My nerves are dreadfully out of order. That is all. I didn't hear what you said. Was it very bad? You must tell me some other time. I think I must go lie down. You will excuse me, won't you? The poor fellow in the accident. Was he married? Had he any people dependent on him?
We don't know who he is, sir.
Don't know who he is.
What do you mean? Wasn't he one of your men?
No, sir. You've never seen him before. Well, he seems like a sailor, sir.
A sailor? Did you say a sailor?
Yes, sir. He looks as if he had been a sort of sailor, you know. Tattooed on both arms, that sort of thing.
Was anything found on him? Anything
No.
Anything that would tell his name?
No. There was just some money, sir. Not much, mind you, in a 6-shooter. But there was no name of any kind. He was a decent-looking man, sir, but rough like.
Where's the body? Quick, I must see it at once.
It's over in an empty stable in the home farm, sir. You know, the folk around here don't like to have that sort of thing in their houses. They say a corpse brings bad luck.
The home farm. Go there at once and meet me. No, never mind. I'll go to the stables myself. It'll save time. I'm safe. I'm safe.
There is no use in your telling me you're going to be good. You're quite perfect, never change.
No, Harry, I've done too many dreadful things in my life. I am not going to do any more. I began my good actions yesterday.
Where were you yesterday?
I was in the country, Harry. I was staying at a little inn by myself.
My dear boy, in the country, anybody can be good. There's no temptations there. That is the reason why people out of town are so uncivilized. Civilization is by no means an easy thing to attain to, and there are only two ways by which a man can attain it. One by being cultured and the other corrupt. Country people have no opportunity for either, so they stagnate.
Culture and corruption. I've known something of both. Seems terrible to me that they should ever be found together. But I have a new ideal, Harry. I'm going to alter. I think I have altered.
You've not yet told me what your good action was. But you say you've done more than one.
I can tell you, Harry, there's not a story I could tell to anyone else. I spared somebody. It sounds vain, but you understand what I mean. She was quite beautiful and wonderfully, like Sybil Vane. I think it was that which first attracted me to her. You remember Sybil, don't you?
How long ago that seems.
Well, Hetty was not one of our own class, of course. She was simply a girl in a village, but I loved her. I'm quite sure that I loved her. All during this wonderful May that we were having, I used to run down and see her 2 or 3 times a week. Yesterday, she met me in a little orchard. The apple blossoms kept tumbling down on her hair. She kept falling down. We were to have gone away together. This morning, at dawn, suddenly, I determined to leave her as flower-like as I found her.
I think the novelty of the emotion must have given you a real thrill of pleasure, Dorian. But I can finish your ideal for you. You gave her good advice and broke her heart. That was the beginning of your reformation.
Harry, you are horrible. You mustn't say these dreadful things. Hetty's heart is not broken. Of course, she cried and all that, but there was no disgrace upon her. She can live like Perdita in her garden of mint and marigold.
And weep over a faithless Florizel. My dear Dorian, you have the most curiously boyish mood. Do you think this girl will ever truly be content now with anyone of her own rank? I suppose she will be married someday to some rough cart or grinning ploughman. The fact of having met you and loved you will teach her to despise her husband, and she'll be wretched. From a moral point of view, I cannot say I think much of your great renunciation, even as beginning to poor. Besides, I don't have Hetty from floating at present moment in some starlit mill pond with lovely water lilies around like Ophelia.
I can't bear this idea, Harry. I can't bear it. You mock at everything and then suggest the most serious of tragedies. I'm sorry I told you now. I don't care what you say. I did the right thing. Poor Hetty. As I rode past the farm this morning, I saw her white face at the window like a spray of jasmine. But let's not talk about that anymore. And don't try to persuade me that the first good action I have done in my life, the first little bit of self-sacrifice I have ever known, is really a sort of sin. I want to be better. I am going to be better. Tell me something about yourself. How is it going on in town? I haven't been to the club in days.
People are still discussing poor Basil's disappearance.
I should have thought they were quite tired of that by this time.
My dear boy, they've only been talking about it for 6 weeks. The British public are not really equal to the mental strain of having more than one topic every 3 months. They have been rather fortunate, however, lately. They've had my own divorce and Alan Campbell's suicide, and now the mysterious disappearance of an artist. Scotland Yard insists that the man carrying the small Gladstone who left for Paris was poor Basil, and the French police declared that Basil never arrived. I suppose what a fortnight we should be told that he's been seen in San Francisco. It's an odd thing, but anyone who disappears is always said to be seen in San Francisco. It must be a delightful city and possesses all the attractions of the next world.
What do you think has happened to Basil?
I haven't the slightest idea. If Basil chooses to hide himself, it's no business of mine. If he is dead, I don't want to think about him. That's the only thing that terrifies me. I hate it.
Why?
Because one can survive anything nowadays except that. Death and vulgarity are the only two facts that one cannot explain away.
Harry, did it ever occur to you that Basil was murdered?
Basil was very popular and always wore a Waterbury watch. Why should he have been murdered? And Basil was rather dull. He only interested me once, and that's when he told me years ago that he had a wild adoration for you and that you were the dominant motive of his art.
Of course, I was fond of Basil. But don't people think that he was murdered?
Some of the papers do. Doesn't seem to me to be at all probable. There are dreadful places in Paris, but Basil wasn't the sort of man to have gone to them. He had no curiosity. That was his chief defect.
What would you say, Harry, if I told you that I murdered Basil?
I would say you are posing for a character that does not suit you, my dear Dorian. All crime is vulgar. This is all vulgarity is crime. It's not in you, Dorian, to commit murder. Crime belongs exclusively to the lower orders. I should fancy that crime is to them what art is to us, simply a means of procuring extraordinary sensations.
A method of procuring sensations. Do you think that someone that has committed murder is capable of doing the same crime again? Don't tell me that.
Well, anything becomes a pleasure if one does it too often. That's one of the most important secrets of life. I should fancy, however, that murder is always a mistake. One should never do anything that one can talk about after dinner. Let us pass from poor Basil. I wish I could believe he kept such a romantic end as you suggest, but I can't. I dare say he fell into the scene off the omnibus and the conductor hushed up the scandal. I see him lying now under those dull green waters with heavy barges floating above him and long reeds catching in his hair. By the way, Dorian, what does it profit a man if he gain the whole world and lose his own soul?
Why do you ask me that, Harry?
My dear fellow, I asked because I thought you'd be able to give me an answer is all. I was going through the park last Sunday and close to the Marble Arch just a little crowd of shabby-looking people, listening to some vulgar street preacher. As I passed by, I heard the man yelling this question to his audience, and it struck me as rather dramatic.
Soul is a terrible reality. It can be bought and sold and bartered away. It can be poisoned and made to look perfect. I think there is a soul in each of us. I know that.
You feel quite certain that, Dorian?
Quite sure.
Ah, then it must be an illusion. The things one feels absolutely certain about are never true. Tell me, Dorian, how have you kept your youth? You must have some secret. I am only 10 years older than you, and I am worn and wrinkled and yellow. You're really wonderful, Dorian. You have never looked more charming than you tonight. You remind me of the day I first saw you. You have changed, of course, but not in appearance. I wish you would tell me your secret. To get back my youth, I would do anything in the world except get up early, take exercise, or be respectable. What an exquisite life you've had. You've drunk deeply of everything. You've crushed the grapes against your palate. Nothing has been hidden from you. And it has all been to you no more than the sound of music. It's not Marge, you are still the same.
I'm not the same, Harry.
Yes, you are the same. I wonder what the rest of your life will be. Wish I could change places with you, Dorian. The world has cried out against us both, but it's always worshipped you, and it will always worship you. Set yourself to music. Your days are your sonnets.
Yes, life is exquisite. But I'm not going to lead the same life. And you mustn't say such extravagant things. You don't know everything about me. If you did, I think you would turn from me. Laugh. Don't laugh.
Let us go to the club. It's been a charming evening. We must end it charmingly. There is someone at White's who wants immensely to know you. Young Lord Poole, Bournemouth's eldest son. He's already copied your neckties and has begged me to introduce him to you. He is quite delightful and rather reminds me of you.
I hope not. It is nearly 11. I'm tired tonight. I think I shall go to bed early. I'm going to do good things tomorrow, and I feel altered already.
You cannot change to me, Dorian. You and I will always be friends.
You poisoned me with a book once. I should not forgive that. Don't ever give that book to anyone. It does harm.
My dear boy, you really begin to moralize. You will soon be going about like the converted or the revivalists, warning people against all the sins of which you've grown tired. Your much with life will do that. Besides, it's no use. You and I are what we are and will be what we will be. As for being poisoned by a book, there's no such thing as that. The books the world calls immoral are the books that show the world its own shame is all. We won't discuss literature. Come round tomorrow. I will take you to lunch with Lady Branksome. She's a charming woman and wishes to consult you about some tapestry she's thinking of buying. Or shall we lunch with our little Duchess? She says she never sees you now. Perhaps you've grown tired of Gladys. I thought you would be. No clever thumb gets on one's nerves. Well, in any case, be here at 11.
I shall be here at 11. Good night, Harry. Well, Eddie Merton. I began my good actions yesterday. I want to be better. I am going to be better. No. No. No change. This is unfair. Sybil. My sweet Sybil.
My Prince Charming. My Prince Charming.
My sweet Juliet.
My Prince Charming. My Prince Charming.
My sweet sister.
Charming.
My sweet sister.
Charming.
My sweet sister.
My
My
Prince.
sweet sister.
My Prince.
My sweet sister.
Charming.
My sweet sister.
Charming.
My sweet sister. 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 Sweet sister. My 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 sweet sister.
My Prince
My
Charming.
sweet sister.
My Prince Charming.
My sweet sister.
My
My
Prince
sweet sister.
Charming.
My sweet sister.
My Prince
My sweet
Charming. My
sister.
Prince
My
Charming.
sweet
My
sister.
Prince Charming.
My sweet sister.
Charming.
My sweet sister.
Charming.
My sweet
Prince
sister.
Charming.
My sweet sister.
Charming.
My sweet sister.
As Basil died, so dies his work. I will be free.
When the servants entered the room the next morning, they found a splendid portrait of their master.
As they had last seen him, in all the wonder of his exquisite youth and beauty.
Lying on the floor was a dead man in evening dress, with a knife in his heart.
He was withered, wrinkled, and loathsome of visage.
It was not until they had examined the rings they realized who it was.